Things are getting weird. OBS is freaking me out. It started double playing the intro music for some reason. So anyway, we're just going to skip that and I'll fix that later. But hopefully today, things are getting weird. OBS is freaking me out. It started double the intro music for some reason. So anyway, we're just going to skip that and I'll fix that later. But hopefully today, things are getting weird. OBS is freaking me out. This isn't good. It started double. Bear with me a moment. The intro music. Okay, it was playing in one of my browser tabs as well. That was what was happening. It wasn't OBS. It was a feedback weird thing going on. Right. Okay, you live and you learn. You live and you learn, apparently. Right. One of these days we're going to do a professional stream and everything's going to be perfectly fine. But, you know, today's not the day. All right, then. Alas, right. Okay, what are we doing? Let's do a bit of a update first. So last week we were doing some tests for the assembly variant builder CLI tool. It turns out the tests for those, if you keep them with the actual source for with the binary in the same file, and then use cargo commands to run it, it means you can't on the command line run the cargo build and the test as one command, which is what you need for continuous integration. So it turns out you're supposed to put the integration tests in the tests folder, and and then you gate it on the feature, and then when you go cargo test, it runs the tests. Let's have a quick look. You go cargo cat cargo test dash bins or something, I think it was, and then dash features equals CLI or something like this, right? And the idea is that it then builds the binary, builds the tests, and then runs the tests against the binary. Yeah, honestly, it does work. I've just forgotten how you run it. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's like this. That was it. Okay, fine. See, I'm glad I made a note. I made a note in the commit message, and I also made another note in the GitHub Actions file because it's in there too. There it goes. Look, that's what it's supposed to do. So it builds it and then runs the tests, and then runs the tests for the CLI tool. Right, fine. So let's have a quick think about what it is that we're trying to do. So we were trying to go from pick a place machine file with an assembly variant, which we can now pass on the command line, and a list of parts, and then that, and ideally integrate with some kind of stock system at some point to try and work out which potential parts there might be, so that we can then generate a list of questions for the user to say resolve these potential parts, and then once they've resolved it, then you can spit out an assembly variant with actual manufacturer and part codes that you can use. That's what we're trying to get to. So on Friday, we got to the point, let me bring up the test. We got to the point where, here we are, this one, where it loads placements and it has the concept of an assembly variant and it also matches the placements in the EDA output file to the assembly variant. The next thing we've got to do is have it then look up the placements that it found against a list of available parts. So we did some stuff last week regarding some part mapping, which is what we're using. Are we using this yet? I'm trying to remember whether we're using this yet. So we're using the assembly variant placement and assembly variant process, which is fine, but we're not using the part mapping stuff that we wrote last week. So let's have a quick look at that and refresh our memory. So the idea was you'd have a list of parts, not placements, and then try and work out what part mappers there were, as in, can I go from this pattern to that's in your EDA file to an actual part. So we've got that bit, but we're not ready to use that yet because we haven't loaded up a list of parts yet. So I think the next thing to do is make it load some parts from somewhere. So let's have a quick look at the definition of a part. So we defined our part as a manufacturer and a manufacturer part number. There's probably more things you're going to need for a part, but these are the minimum ones to allow us to like order stuff from a supplier. For those that were listening to that last week, we went and we had a look. I think I might still have this open. No, I don't, unfortunately. We went and had a look at a couple of suppliers to look at the commonalities between them, and basically the only things are supply order reference, or supply part number, manufacturer part number, and manufacturer. And there is a little gotcha there. And the manufacturers change their names sometimes, which is really annoying. Because you might buy a part for one manufacturer, and then another manufacturer buys them, and now they're called something else, and then you end up with two definitions of a manufacturer, and it's like, but we're going to have some manufacturer mapping or aliasing or something like this at some point, but not today. Not today. Right, not today. We're going to load some parts. That's what we're going to do. Right. So I guess we're going to say, I guess we're going to do something like this, where we've got our placements and we have another CSV file, right? I mean, this is the simplest thing I suppose we can do. Let's do that then. Let's start with the argument first then. So we're going to go parts arg seems reasonable, and we're going to go parts. At some point we'll make it so that it can accept perhaps URLs or some other definition of like where to load parts and stuff from. But for today, CSV files. CSV files are pretty workable. Righty-ho. Righty-ho. So test parts file name really then, isn't it? I suppose test parts file name. So we don't have that, so we need that. Yeah, so we'll follow the same pattern where we create the parts file ourselves in the test. So we'll do the same kind of thing. So placements are. So we'll deal with the parts. Oh. And we're doing the whole copy paste comment out pattern again. I mean, there are downsides to doing this in that you can't use the standard refactoring thing. Parts. Yeah, okay, we're good. So yeah, we need the temporary directory, and then we need add parts to the end of it. And then we've got an OS string, and we print it out, and then we use that as the argument. Great. Now we need to write some parts. Now should we shadow it, or should we just reuse the writer thing? This is a weird thing in Rust. You can do this. It's odd. Okay. Let's take one of these. Bear with me. I'm going to comment it out. Don't worry. Don't worry. Everything's going to be fine. Right. We're going to go with yeah. So we've got to create a record test part record, I suppose, then. And it's going to have manufacturer. And it's going to be MFR1 or something, probably. We'll come back to it if it's not right. We go MPN, and it's going to be MPN1. Seems reasonable. So what we've got is 3 parts defined, and our assembly variant is going to use 2 of those parts. So we need to define at least 2 matching parts for the first test. Right, and we said our assembly variant is going to use R1 and J1. And we're going to do the happy case first. There are situations where we're going to have no parts defined, no mappings for R1 and J1. But we're not going to deal with that yet. And we can probably deal with that at a different layer of testing. Perhaps more of a unit test for that. We don't necessarily need to run the entire command. We're going to do happy case first. Right. So R1 and J1. So we want an 0402 330 ohm resistor and a power connector. Okay, fine. Let's use more sort of like a real world one. Let's use on refer one and on one. Right, and then we'll do the same thing for the resistor. We'll use res per 1 and res 1. Seems reasonable. Let's have a think. Yeah, I don't think we need anything more complicated than that for now. I will introduce a bit of stuff between it so that it's a little bit easier to grok. Right. So test part record we need now. And this is our definition of a record. So we're going to reuse that because most of it's going to be fine. So we're using Surday, and we're, to be fair, we can use any kind of case that we want for this. Let's just stick with Pascal case for now. We could come back to that decision at some point. It's not important for today. Test part record. And we said we want manufacturer and MPN. Come on, typing. There we go. MPN. Okay, here we go then. I'm still thinking, my brain's still thinking about that stupid OBS problem. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, all right. Right. Oh, I got to break out the whole chat thing. Hold on, let me pull that out. There it is. I'm gonna get my YouTube chat ready for when everyone gets here. Okay. Don't forget to say hi when you join the stream. Radio. What are we doing? So we've got our parts. We can pass up. We've got our parts argument. We've got a CSV file with some parts in it. Oh. All right. Hold on. Right. So we're gonna have a problem there. Got to clone it probably. But you can't. Oh, she don't clone the temp. All right, okay, fine. Into path. So into path consumes itself. Well, that's kind of. Oh, I see. There's a path, and there's into path. So I think we need to be using path. Because we don't want to consume the temporary directory, do we now? No. Path gives us a path. Into path gives us a path buff. Yeah, very consistent naming, is it? Um. Uh. Hmm. Okay, well. There's an option for getting a path and then joining it with another path. Interesting. Into path buff, which probably consume, yeah, but can you do that? As ref, it gives us a ref. It gives a mutable, no, an unmutable reference to it. Yeah. Do we have to do something silly like this? Okay, let's find out. Yeah, and this is the annoying thing about features. Yeah. Even though our IDE has got a thing that says automatically add features as required, and I right-clicked on a thing that says I require feature CLI on the mod, it still goes nah. So what you have to do, which is a bit annoying, really. See, automatically add required features. There's that. And there's all features, which, I'm going to try this. There's only one feature at the moment. But at some point in the future, that's going to be a problem. And we're going to have to specify manually. But hopefully today's not that day. Okay, fine. Right. Yeah. Right, so you have to fix this one. So it's path to path buff. And you get an actual one that you can do something with. Okay, there we go. Oh, look at that, it works. Okay, fine. So that was good. So we were able to write a CSV file now. That's good. Excellent. Okay, and it should have said parts file. There we go. Let's have a look at this. Notepad. It got deleted after the test finished, which is what you want. All right. So we got our parts arg, fantastic. So now we need to tell our CLI tool that we want it. We want to be able to give it parts arg. So let's do that. But first, let's add it here. And then it should fail, right? Because you need a failing test. There we go. Fails. Probably unknown argument, I'd imagine. Yeah, there we go. That's what you want it to say. Great stuff. Then we can go back in and add some args. Opts. Commands. Build. Here we go. Placements. So it's going to be very, very similar to this. Now, of course, if I do this, it's going to make one of our other tests fail as well, which is the help for build subcommand. So we'll fix that up in a moment. And they both start with P. So I think what we're going to do is change this to pull and par. Yeah. And what else can we do? Short. Now, are we going to get bitten by string versus character again like we did last week? Who knows? Yes, we are. Look. Let's have a look at the error message. It goes, into resettable char is not implemented for... Check it out. I can read the error messages. Well... I feel like it shouldn't have a short thing anymore at this point. Let's try it. Parts. Yes, we are going to need to specify the parts here now, and they're going to be unused. Yeah. Great. Use parts. That's good. Then we're going to run some tests again. And we're going to look how this changed. So it says we want the extra thing on it, which is correct. And the short version of these things has disappeared now, which is fine. So there's no one of these. One space. And it's going to be a parts file as well after placements. Cool. All right. Excellent. So it passes, but that's no good because it doesn't do anything. We haven't used the parts. So I guess we're going to have to go loaded to parts, and then it will fail. Awesome. Okay, let's make it read parts and deal with that. So we've got to use parts. So we're trying to build an assembly variant. And this is still in bin, and we're still in CLI land. Yeah. Processor, and then this is where we actually do the things. Right. So we're going to pass parts over here. Honestly, we are. And then it's going to complain that it's not an argument on the method, but we're going to add it. Then we're going to look at the method. No, we're not. We're going to delete this. Now we're going to look at the method, and we're going to check that it's right. String reference. Seems reasonable. Right, so we've got this stuff to do with like reading placements, which feels like it should be extracted. Load placements. Load placements. Yeah. Okay. So we've got a question mark operator here, which is good. That's what I wanted it to do. Let's have a quick look at how it refactored that and make sure everything still compiles. Yep, perfect. So we've got a loading placements. Right. So what we're going to need to do is load some parts, right? Because that's what we said. So let's follow the same pattern. Part. And we're doing this weird shadowing thing. So we've got this placements, which is a string here. And then we say placements is now a vector. So you can't reference this further down here. I mean, it's probably okay here, but it's not really, because placements is actually placements. They're actual objects, structures. Whereas this is more of a placement source, which turns out to be currently it's a CSV file, but we know that we're going to want to load it from other sources at some point. And we'll do, oops, daisy, parts, source. And we're going to do the same for this. So we're going to say load placements from a source. Then we're going to go load part from a source. And then at some point, the implementation of load placements from a placement source is going to change. But this method won't change. I mean, it might, but you could implement it without changing it. And, you know, you could put this code somewhere else as well. Placements loader, for instance, you know, that doesn't live inside the binary. Okay. Load placements. So, you know, parts, placements. So reading CSV file, it's basically going to be identical. So we're going to do the whole copy paste comment. Yeah. And then we're going to go. Okay, we're going to search for placements. And we're going to go parts. So let's have a look. We want a method. Yay. Return back is. Oh, no, this. Part. We'll come down to the commented out bit as we get there. I'm going to import this. Yeah. So that's fine. And then we're going to uncomment the last bit so that it shuts up. And we're going to say OK. Doesn't know what parts is, so we're going to go parts. And it's fine. And then we're going to go part of CSV, create CSV reader. All looks fine. Then we're going to use the CSV reader to deserialize stuff in loop. Then, as we read each record, this is named wrong, I've just realized. It's supposed to be a dip trace. Oh, no. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Never mind. This is just part record. We don't have one of these yet, so we're going to have to make one. That's still fine. I'm not sure why we've still got placement here. Perhaps I didn't search enough. Part. And we're going to follow the same pattern that we did for the other thing, in that we have a record, which is our interface to a CSV file, which we use to load things up. And then we've got the domain side of things, which is the one that we pass to the rest of the system. Model side of things. So we'll do the same thing here. And then at some point, we'll have to come back and work out what we're going to do about these to-dos. We probably need to like give it a proper error or something, like unable to parse thing, because we're only dealing with the happy cases at the moment. When we come back and look at the code to say how can this go wrong, at that point we'll probably replace those bail to-dos with some appropriate error handling. But we're dealing with a happy case. So yeah, so that's what we're doing. Right. So we've got to create a part record. Now, we had this dip trace placement record, and then we had this build placement thing, right? So again, it's very, very similar to this. And we're still in CLI land at the moment. So we're gonna do the same thing here. So, you know, dip trace placement, no. Part, yes. And our tests are going to be using, we made it serialize them using the Pascal case, so that's fine. We need a structure, but we don't want these things in it. We're supposed to be having a manufacturer and there was a MPN. Okay, so fine. And then we've got this part record with a method on it, which is not right. But now it is. And it's supposed to return part. And it's going to return a part with a manufacturer and a MPN. And people might be looking at this going, but part and part record are like the same. You just copied all the stuff across it. Yes, that's not the point. They're not the same. We added extra functionality to a part record that part doesn't have. And we want that separation to be clear. Single responsibility principle. That's the one that applies to this. And reason for change. Who's going to want to change it? Who's going to want to change the part record versus who's going to want to change the part? The people that are going to want to change the part are the people dealing with parts and the use of them within inside the system. The people that are going to want to change the part record are the people that are dealing with CSV files and how CSV files are loaded. If, for instance, you used a different implementation of a CSV reader, you wouldn't even have part record. You might have something else. You would just delete it and add something else instead. And you didn't break any of the other code. And you didn't even touch it or even recompile it. Which is why you want the separation. Anyway, moving on. Right, so we've got a thing. quite had the crate thing there. I think that's just the IDE being funny. Okay. So let's go back to where we were. Using the back button. Right, so parts. Load parts. Yay. So now what we wanted to say was loaded parts. Now, we put it here. And the test should pass. Because we're not specifying, we don't care about the order of when things load in our tests at the moment. We just care that it does load some. Until the order is important, we don't need to change it. We don't care if we load the placements before the parts, and we don't care if we load the parts before the placements. We don't care. All right, let's see what happens. I think it's going to pass. Yeah. Happy days. Right, great. So we loaded some parts. Feels like we should do a commit. Right, so let's review. Let's get rid of the structure. So what we've done is this chunk of code here. We loaded up parts. Well, we don't know that we loaded all the things of the parts into the parts, to be fair. We are hoping that the serialization deserialization process worked, but it didn't throw errors. I mean, we're only dealing with a happy case. It definitely failed there. All right. All right. So, create some parts. Fantastic. And then we create a parts argument. And we say we want to load 2 parts. Fine. And in order to do that, we had to create a part record. Fine. So let's variant builder load parts from CSV files. Okay, cool. Then we're gonna say yes, all the tests is fine. Then we've got an import for our part, which is good. This is good. This is good. This is good. We're using more of our production code that we wrote before the code that needs to use the production code existed. Great. We still have to test for that production code, so it's fine. So we remove short arguments for it because of the duplication of the short argument. And what else did we do? And if you're in a pair programming environment, this is how you communicate with your colleague to try and work out what your commit message is supposed to be. You start verbalizing what you did. You go, we, and then you go, blah, 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 blah. And then that helps the review process. But unfortunately, I'm talking to you guys and you can't answer me. So, you know, well, I mean, you can type in the chat if you want, but you've got to be there at the time, innit? Right. Oh, dear. Right. Then what did we do? We had a part record so that we could read them in, deserialize them, and then so that we could build parts. It's good. I love our main method. Look how small it is. It's great. How many lines of code is that? It's not very many. That's fantastic. It's interesting. Kind of wondering if you could use like some other thing here, because Yeah, I don't think we need to yet. Right, anyway, moving on. So yeah, so we refactored this a little bit by extracting the load placements to its own method and then used it as the basis of our implementation for our load parts. Why is it gone there? Build assembly variant was there. Oh, I see. It's just that it was there. It's got a little confuzzled with this. It's because of the way that the code is ordered. Yeah, the diff's a bit confusing here. Right. And we have a to do and another to do, so it's fine. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Are you happy with that? In a program environment? Yes. All right. Commit. Let's push it. Push it real good. No, salt and pepper. Showing how old I am. Yeah, what are we doing? Git push origin master. Master, not main, people. Oh, I had to do some Linux sysadmin stuff yesterday. Talking about this whole master slave thing that's going on recently. It's doing my head in. It's like massive diffs like everywhere for no benefit. Just pain. Just pain. It's like config files with like slave being renamed to replica in Redis. It's like no. And the whole miso mossy SPI stuff. It's like SDO SDA miso mossy. Ugh, what a mess. Words can have multiple meanings. It's fine. Right. Right, moving on. It's fine. Right, so what we're doing, we are going to have to do something with these parts that we've loaded now. Oh, it's going to get exciting now. So we've got this. Criteria. So if we try to use our part mapper to map the placements to the parts, what we're trying to do, and let's just remind ourselves, the test says I've got a resistor with a value of this, and I've got a connector with a value of this, and somehow you have to go from that to the connector made by the manufacturer and the resistor made by the resistor manufacturer. That's what we're trying to do. And to do that, we wrote last week some part mapper. And we've got one of the things that it needs. Don't have the other. We could call it with an empty list of parts. With an empty list of part mappings, sorry. Which could be fine. They've also got this lifetimes malarkey in here, which we might think about because we changed the assembly builder thingy jiggy to do something else. Let's try calling this with empty list of part mappings. Now we haven't got any reason to do that yet, mind you. Let's go back to the variant builder test. So what we want to do is map the two placements to the two parts. So it seems reasonable enough to me to say mapped two parts. Two placements to, I'm going to put 2 here. The reasons will become apparent later. Oh god. Oh, it's going to be fun. Right, here we go then. So now we've got a failing test again. Right? Because it does. Let me read the error message. What does the error message say? An unexpected stir is supposed to contain these 3 things. Yeah. It's not easy to read this, is it? It's got bracket, 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 bracket. And then it says var contains map 2 placements to 2 parts. And this is the one where it, right, but it didn't. Okay, fine. So now we have a reason to call our method. Great. So if we go, well, okay, let's look at our test for how we said we called it. Map parts. So we've got parts. Great. See, we don't have these criteria and part mappings yet. But this is how we call it. This is what we want. Right, part map process parts, which we've got, but we've got a vector of parts, and this wants something else. This wants a vector of references to parts. Yeah, I'm not sure that's true. Let's think about it. Vector of parts. So what do we do here? How did we create our... So here we just, we created them parts is a bunch of these, and then part mapping. Defining how we're going to create our part mappings to the parts. It's going to be tricky. So a part mapping contains a reference to a part. So we need to load the parts up before we can create a part mappings. Right, so I think this is the same issue that we had before. Let's fix this so that parts is the part. Right, and here we're going to go parts, first one. But we're going to do it the same way we did before. This is going to be parts bracket -1 for the indexing, which, yes, I suppose is a bit weird. But then part 1 is part 1. Pros and cons. So, part 1, criteria 1. It would be weird if we had part 0 with criteria 1. I don't really want to go back and rename all the parts to use a 0-based index. I could, but humans start from 1. Computers start from 0. I mean, you never saw me put 0 in any of these, did you? Because he's human-like. Right. So now parts here is the same as the thing that we had elsewhere. So we can probably ditch this lifetime now. And it should work. Run on test. Can't move out of parts because it's borrowed. What's borrowed? Oh. But we give it a reference to the vector. I think. Yeah. There we go. Let's run that again. Okay, so the part map is still fine. Right, so now we can pass a reference to the parts here as well, and that's satisfied that. We don't have this part mapping, so part mappings. How are we going to create like CSV files? I suppose they can match it exactly. It's kind of weird. Yes, it'll probably make more sense when we start actually creating a mapping in the test. Yes. Let's adjust the test. So fine, you know, this is what we want, but we can't do it yet because we don't have any part mappings. So for now, we're going to go let part mapping equal vec of whatever. It's just going to be an empty vec. Everything should build there, but we've got to run these ones, right? Which compiles, but it won't run yet. Let's try, before we get too far on this, let's try using the returned value before we go too far in fiddling around with the sort of process and part mappings. Let's try using the returned value to print out the message that we're expecting. So our test says map 2 placements to 2 parts, right? So what do we need here? Let's go let matched part count. And we're going to make it mutable. And we're going to say it's 0. And then we're going to go let matched placement count. Wait, I might be getting myself confused here. And then we're going to put this here. And we're going to use these here. okay, but the other way around. Right, and then put little placeholders in. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. But I think last week, when I was looking at the implementation for the matching process, the part mapper, I may have been a bit tired and got myself confused, because clearly here you can see I've got matched placements to parts, which is what we're trying to do. But there's no knowledge of a placement inside the part mapper. Look, because we passed it parts and part mappings. So I think we have other issues to solve. Like, what was I thinking? Okay, let me try and unfuck this situation. See, I thought the implementation of this looked weird, and this is another reason for those following along why it's important to write the code that's going to use all the other bits of code before you try and write some little module without understanding what it is that you're supposed to be doing with this little module. Again, the test-driven development methods that we're doing here helps formulate your ideas like more clearly if you do like a vertical slice. Right. So we're trying to go. What are we trying to do? We're trying to go from placements to parts. And in order to do it, we're going to need some kind of mappings. And the mappings say, if you encounter this and this, then here's a manufacturer and part code that you can use. So the reason I was thinking how we define the problem I was having with defining what the part mapping uses is because the definition of part mapping is probably wrong. Right. Yes. Let's look at the part mapping for a moment. The part mapping has a part here. Now, if you're thinking of CSV files, and that's the land that we're dealing with right now, it's a little bit tricky. If you have a database, then you've got a unique ID for every single part that you have. If you've got a CSV file with parts in it and a CSV file with mappings in it, then you haven't got any single identifier that relates one thing to the other. However, manufacturer plus manufacturer part code combined needs to be a unique identifier. Oh, hi ho, Commander Guy. Manufacturer and part code together needs to be a unique identifier. So potentially we could, if we've got CSV files and we read a parts file in, generate identifiers, unique identifiers for each part based on the two things. Similarly, if we were to read the same two values in from a CSV file containing some criteria, which is what we're going to get to, we can assume that when you combine the part field and the manufacturer part number and the manufacturer field together, you're going to get an ID which should be able to be found in the list of parts. And to be honest, it doesn't matter that it's not. So we can get references to our part in the part mapping file. That would work. Yes. That would indeed work. Okay. Right. Right. So I'm not touching this part mappings thing yet. We are gonna try and define what the part mappings file looks like in the test. That's probably gonna clarify some things for everybody trying to follow along. Right. So. Farming-tastic around here. Right, so this is always going to fail for quite a while. But what we're going to say is that we're going to load up some place some part mappings. Loaded 3 part mappings. One for each potential part that might exist. Okay, so that's what we're going to say. In order to make that happen, we're going to need to pass a name of a file over as an argument to the command. And, you know, it's going to be like this thing again, isn't it? Part mappings arg. We're going to say part mappings. I don't know about the hyphenation here. That's going to be interesting. And we're going to say test part mappings file name. Okay. And then we're going to pass the argument across to the command, which is obviously not going to work because it doesn't exist yet. So we're going to do the same thing that we did before, which is this. We're going to do the whole commenting out thing. And we're going to steal part mappings and put it in a clipboard, and then search for parts. And then replace. And then we're going to go, yes, I want that. Yes, I want that. With the correct file name. Ooh. Yes, I want the part mappings into an OS string, and then I want to print it out, and then I want to use it, which is great. So now what we've got to do is write some part mappings. So in order to do that, we need a writer and something that we can serialize and flush. Let's steal all this again. And yes, I could extract bits of this test to methods, but I'm not going to yet. So we're going to comment all this out. And we're gonna put part mappings in the clipboard again. Search for part. Only there. Test bars, bath. Test bar. This one. That's it. Plop. So we got a writer. It's going to write a file. Great. So what are we going to write? We're going to write test part mapping records. And we're going to say that when you see, and we've got our only implementation is using a name and a value at the moment. So we're going to say when you get, oh, I've done it in the wrong order. Let me just reorder those. When you have a name and a value of these exactly, and then you get this manufacturer and part number. That's what we're trying to do. And we're going to do the same thing for the connector. We've got the manufacturer and part number, but we need the name and the value. Here it is. Okay. Gonna put a little. No, we'll do that later. Delete the white space for now. I don't know. I might leave it there for now because it's a bit clearer. Maps to. Let's just put that here for now, just to keep brains safe and secure. Right, now we've got this placement records and part mapping, so we need another thing that's sort of the same as these two things. Oh, we can use enums later for this. This is going to be well good. Right, so we're going to copy both of these, and then we're going to join them together. And then we're going to delete things that we don't want, and then rename it to be in wherever we want it to be, which was test part mapping record. Swap. And these two things are fine. Right, so now we can create test part mapping records. Yay. Right. Cool. Okay, let's try compiling the test and running it. It should compile. And it should write a CSV file, probably. It probably wrote it. I mean, we know it did for the other ones, so I'm not going to go look at it just yet. When things go pear-shaped, then I'm going to go look at it. Right, so it doesn't know about the argument. So we're going to add the argument like we did earlier for the command, build command, for the build command. So we've got this. We're going to say part mappings file. Part mappings. Right. That's going to break this. So it's probably going to be part CI. I mean, it worked for the refdes list, right? So maybe it'll work for this. Should it be hyphenated here? I don't know. I mean, I think it probably should be. Should it be a capital N? I don't know. I mean, if you're saying it, it's a part mappings file. So it feels like it should be hyphenated. Part mappings. Not a part mappings file. Is it part mapping? I don't know. I might come back to that. Okay, we'll go back to the bin. Go back to this, and we're going to say part mappings file like that. Might have to look that up and make a decision later. It's easy enough to change. Does not mention field parts mapping. Yes, that's correct. It doesn't. So it's understood what I wanted it to do, but we've got to use this somehow. I'm just going to make it do this now, rather than add a to do and come back to it later. And we're going to why it no go add blah 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 as, oh yeah, fourth. Yeah, it did. I just didn't read it properly. Fine. So we're not using this. So, yeah, I mean, it's going to follow the same pattern, right? Go. So you know it built. Now why didn't this? Right, because we need the extra part mappings thing on the end. That's all fine. With the help bit. Right. Let's try running that again. So I reckon it's going to pass. Yes, it did. Good. So now we're just down to the build one that doesn't work because it parts mappings. What did I type in there wrong then? Hold on. Art mappings. Art mappings. Back to this. Back to the opt. Oh yeah, look, I typed it in wrong. Fine. Okay, part mappings. Yes, fine. Part mappings, fine. Clicky clicky part mappings, part mappings. It was there in front of me like 5 times and I didn't see it. Funny how that works, isn't it? Righto. Go. Now it's going to go. Oh. 6 times. Okay, we'll try again. Okay. I got them all. Right, so it mapped 0 placement to 0 parts, and that's what we're trying to fix. But it also supposed to be printing out loaded part mappings. But it doesn't print that out either. So we've got to make it do that. So let's say loaded, blah, 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 part mappings, like it said, part mappings .len. Fine. So we're going to go part mappings, load part mappings, part mappings source, and we're going to rename this to the source. Okay, so now we've got this load parts. We want to load part mappings, which is going to be very, very similar. Now, there's a lot of commonality going on between these two things, and once we've got a few of these things, we can probably do some refactoring. Like, you could probably make this generic. We could probably use generics for this type, right? How about we try it now? The T. Load. Let's go load. I tell you what, I'll keep the other ones working. Right, and we'll try it on the new one. And then we'll see what happens. Load from CSV. Ah, I see, but no. Okay, load from source. Type T. And it gives you a... I don't know. I'm not going to do this yet. Change my mind. We're just going to do it the way we did before. Oh, what happened there? I wasn't supposed to press return. There we go. Fine. And it's not part. Here it's got. Oh yeah. Why did you? That's weird. Why didn't it select those other things? Weird. No. Okay, look. Part mapping. Oh, it's because I had parts, plural. I should have searched for the singular. Right. Record book part mapping. It's all the same kind of thing anyway, right? So part mapping, part mapping. So this should be able to import part mapping. It's public. Ooh, now we're gonna have fun now. Yeah, see, this is why it's different from the other ones. Yeah. Because of the return value. So, yes, this is good. Okay, we'll switch back to this. This could fail in more ways. It's good. Now, build part mapping. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so firstly, why can't we use this part mapping from here? We defined it. Part mapper. Right, it's not public. And criteria is going to need to be public. So fine. So now we should be able to import the part mapping. Okay. And the part mapping record doesn't exist yet. This is going to be different. I'll come to why it's going to be different in a moment. So part mapping record. So we've got this part record is defined here, and this was based on the other thing in the same way that it was in the test. So we're going to do what we did in the test, which was copy both of these. And join them together. Part mapping record. Yes, this is going to be more interesting. So we go from a name and value, and we go to, from, to. But sure, it could look like this, but it's not going to forever. And this is where I was thinking it might be able to use enums. Because we've got a criterion. Okay, but for today, we're doing exact matching. Happy case, let's go. Part mapping record. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's totally fine. Right. So we were down here looking at how we load part mappings. We could write tests for this separately, independently from all the other stuff to catch our edge cases that we're going to have. So the problem is is that we can't build a part mapping, because look at the definition of a part mapping. It's got a reference to a part and some criteria, which is completely different from the part mapping record, which has got manufacturer, part code, and a name and a value. What we're probably going to have to do is look at how other utilities such as Altium and KiCad and Eagle export their pick and place files. DipTrace exports them with the name and the value, but I know the other ones don't. Because really, what this record is that we just defined, where is it? This is really currently right now a DipTrace specific part mapping record. Oh, that's interesting. Right, so I don't think we want a structure, but we sort of do. What I'm thinking that this is a DipTrace part mapping record. Let's keep it like that for a moment. Let's see how this pans out. But we still need our part mapping records. Now, I think the part mapping record should be an enum. I don't know whether this is going to work. And we're going to support DipTrace. And it's going to have a DipTrace part mapping record. Yeah, because we're still dealing with records, aren't we? Yeah. Right. And then at such time that we decide to add support for KiCad with different ways of specifying the properties for like names and values, because we don't know what it's going to have, right? We can add a different enum variant. I mean, this might be one way of solving this. Because somehow you've got to read from a CSV file. Now, what's it going to do with the columns, though? If you just give it any old CSV file with like a bunch of different random columns that's specific to the EDA client that you're using, how's it going to go from? How's it going to find the right columns? And what happens if you try and have a CSV file that's got lots of columns? We'll find out, I suppose. Okay, fine. You know. What is it? Yeah, okay. I think probably what we need to do is look at how Serde handles enums. Now, I have done some of this before, but it's been a while. Serde enum. Okay, fine. So, seriality, serialize, request response, and yeah. Tagging. Externally tagging, internally tagging. I remember this now. Yeah. Like, how does it know which one to deserialize to? It should be able to work it out from the column names, right? But if you had a CSV file and the name and the value was correct for like Altium as well as diptrace, then A, would it matter? I mean, you could add a EDA column, right, into the CSV file, like mapping type. I hate the word type for this kind of stuff. Because it's overloaded. Oh, yeah, like CSVs, yeah. Yeah, and this is the type. It's the type request, certainly tag type. Uh, now, it's supposed to be able to deserialize to it and work out the type if it can. What about adjacently tagged? Yeah. Untagged. This is what we want. There is no explicit tag identifying which variant the variant. Certainly will try to match the data against each variant in order and return the first one that deserializes successfully to one return. And that's the situation that we're in today. So we're gonna say untagged. That's what we're gonna do. So it's untagged right now. And the idea is that there shouldn't be any enum variant that's got the same keys as any other one, and then it'll work. Maybe. Okay, so we've got this part mapping record. And now what we're going to get here is a part mapping record, which is an enum. Which is good. Because in order to build the criteria, we're going to have to futz around. Let me look at one of the criteria that we defined for a moment. That match criteria. You see, yeah. Yeah. Now, we need a different type of criteria that is essentially a diptrace exact match criteria. Because the criteria for the diptrace thing, let's look at our test for a moment. The criteria for the diptrace scenario that we're dealing with is name and value, not manufacturer and part number. Right. Okay. Okay, fine. So okay. So this is one thing. So we've got different types of records coming through. Now, what we're supposed to return is a part mapping, and the part mapping contains a reference to a part. But we don't have any parts listed here at the moment. So what we need to do, and this is why I undid the generics, because I could see this coming. We've got the part source, and we've got the parts now. So we could pass the parts here, right? Now, there's also something that's irking me a little bit. If this method was failed, you wouldn't know what it had done and what it hadn't done. So I'm just going to fix this now before I forget. So you load placements, you say how many you loaded. And because of the question mark operator, if you didn't load the placements, you wouldn't get the message. And then we're going to say loaded part. And we're going to say loaded part mapping. We're just going to do that before I forget. And I'm going to move the assembly variant up to the top since I'm in the middle of moving around these things. And then print out the reference list for the assembly variant. Wait, no. Sorry, that needs to go here, right? Fine. And then we do some processing. And then we do some more processing. Okay, that looks a bit better. Right. Our test doesn't care that I've reordered those things because in the test there's no definition of the order. Right, so we've got to fix this. Add vec part to, yes. Now, do we pass all the parts to it? No. We pass a reference to it. Okay. So now, no. So now we've got our part, which we can reference to build the part mappings. Right. So in order to do this, we're going to need to use the part. Because the record contains the manufacturer and the part number, and we've got to iterate over the list of parts. Try and find it. Okay. Seems reasonable. Parts. And we're going to create a part mapping. Now, there's a problem. Because we've got to deal with lifetime. So part mapping requires the lifetime of the part, right? So we're going to need to say part. And then this, all the parts in this vector need to have the same lifetime as the thing that we're returning. And not the lifetime of this. Think. Let's try building this and see what happens. Missing lifetime specifier. Result is a vector of part mapping, and it's the same problem here. Part lifetime. Part. I'm going to rename this to source here, and I'm going to do the same change on the other ones because that's what we called it in the other method. Placements. Source. Okay, right. Before I forget that. I could be making a list of things that I want to change, focus on what I'm doing, and then come back and change those other little things. But I don't want the overhead of making my little list right now. If I was in a pair programming environment where I had to change pairs every single day, so you only work on a bit of code. You change one of the pair every day. It means you're only ever working on a bit of code for 2 days, and you would need your list so that you could hand the list over to the other person to say, "Don't forget to do these," and they could sit there with the pair and decide whether it's worthwhile or not. Pair swaps. Pair swaps. No, I have to think about that for a while. Yeah, swap your pairs. Swap your pairs. Don't swap your pairs. You don't learn stuff. Can't explain it to your pair. Can't explain it to anybody. Right, where do we get to? Right, we're trying to build this again now after we added a lifetime, weren't we? Mismatch types. So, okay, part mapping. Build part mapping. So, it's not an... Part mapping. Yeah. We need a result object here. And then there could be an error, right? But we don't know what the errors are. There's definitely going to be some errors, such as unable to match part. It compiles. That's good. But we've got this giant to do here now. Now, at this point, I feel I want to write some unit tests. But I'm not sure. I think we might write the unit tests when we have the first, come back and look at the unhappy cases, like the errors that I was just thinking about there. There's also going to be quite a few different varieties of different types of part mappings that we can create and how we build the criteria and all this kind of stuff. Let's see what we get. So, firstly, we need to get a part reference to put in the part mapping from the list of parts. So we're going to go part ref. Sure. And we're going to say we're going to go part dot it dot why am I thinking the flat map is the thing that you need? Yeah, so this is my filter map. So I only want one, right? Find map. That seems like what we might want. Find map. And you get an option back. Option of type B. And the function takes a part and returns an option B. So there's only one. So I think we want find map. And this, doing what I'm doing now, looking at the method signatures to determine what method I want, is one of the big takeaway things from programming in Scala for a number of years. Method signatures, there we go. Anyway, right, so we go, you get a part because you're iterating over parts, and then you have a function which needs to return something, which is going to be an option. Right. And then in order to return sum, we go L. Okay, let's think about this. So to find a part, we need to look at ourselves, don't we? Yeah. The part mapping record. Where's the part mapping record? The part mapping record is an enum. Let's go let part criteria, and this is going to be a part. And we're going to, yeah. And then we have to match self. And if we're of type dip trace part mapping record, if r dot is it dip trace part mapping record? Part mapping record? Oh no, dip trace part mapping record if r dot forget how to do that. I forget how to do the pattern matching. But anyway, okay, we'll try it. If you got a dip trace part mapping, why? Oh, you have to go like this, don't you? Duh. That's why I'm failing. Right. If you get one of those where R's manufacturer no, we just build it, don't we? Then we can return a part using oh yeah, we can just go manufacturer and MPN because the variables are the same. Right. And if it's not a dip trace mapping record, we go we go okay. And we go error. To do something like unable to build part criteria because we don't know how to make the part. Right, so now that we've got a part criteria, when we're iterating over the list of parts, we can use said criteria to match against. And this is going to be interesting because we're going to use partial EQ to do it, and we don't have that in production code yet. So we're going to go if part EQ part criteria, then some reference to the part. part is already a reference. Else, no. You know, you could do the whole true false thing. Yeah, you know. You could write it like this. Which is fewer lines of code. Match part EQ part criteria. Part criteria is this. Part is what? What is part? Yeah. Right. Okay. Let's see what happens if we try and compile this, because that was quite a lot. Can't find manufacturer in this scope. Let's say. Okay, we can't do it. I thought you could do it. Cannot move. Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, probably. We'll clone it. It's going to get thrown away. It's only very temporary, this thing is. It's fine. Fine. Okay. Alright, MakerPnP part is not an iterator. I know it's not an iterator. But why does it think it needs to be an iterator? Part. Why? Why does it want to be an iterator? Why is it why? Is it because let's look at part. So part here's got partial EQ, but only if it's test. So let's oops. I'm a little bit confused by the iterator, but I know I need to do this anyway. So we're going to do it and see if the error message changes. So we're just going to try this. See if the message changes. See, it's gone. I was right. It wants to be an iterator. We can do partial EQ on it. Who knew? Who knew? Right, so now we can create a criteria and we can find part. And then you get an optional reference to a part if it exists. Right, but if you don't find one, I'm pretty sure you can use the question mark operator here. What happens if it errors? That's what I want to know. Like, I mean, yes, but if I put a different type of error message on it, how does this result thing map to the thing? We have to go dot yeah, we want to convert from an option to a result. Do you know what? I'm just going to go like this. Match part ref sum. Oh, we can go if. No, I'm not sure. Oh yeah. Okay, let's call this matched. and then go if let part ref, and we'll assign it to the result of this. If it's some ref, some part, then you get part back. It's fine. Otherwise, and there's probably a better way of doing this. I don't know what it is yet. Otherwise, what do we do? We go error. We're going to go to do. Something like this. I'm sure there's a better way of doing this. Oh. No, I don't need to. I don't need to do that, do I? We just go. We just go. It is that. And let. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So now we've got a reference to part if one matches. So we can put that in our part mapping. Let's create a part mapping. Part mapping. We're going to say okay. Part. Right. Then we're going to say let part mapping. Mapping is a part mapping. And it's going to have. I mean, we've got this new thing. We could probably. Yes. Okay. So we need this criteria. Haha. Okay. We're going to say new. New. We're going to give it the part ref. And then we're going to need to give it the criteria. Now, why is it moaning about part ref? I don't know. Oh, because I'm silly. So it's going. So we don't. So we need criteria now. Yay. Okay. So now we need to go from this dip trace part mapping. We've got part criteria, and then there's like there's the actual criteria. All right, fine. But there could be more than one. Oh dear. Oh dear. Because we said a list of criteria. So this is going to be more fun. List criteria. Well, it's fine to start with only one for each one right now, but we're gonna potentially think about that because if you're building a part mapping, and you've already built a part mapping, and then you come across another part mapping record, you want to update the list of part mappings with this new record, with the new criteria from the new record, if the part matches. Well, we might come back to the part mapping and decide that it only ever wants one, and we only deal with one of them at a time, instead of having multiple criteria for a part mapping. I don't know what's easier. It probably is easy to do that, really, to be honest. But let's Let's see what we get. So where do we get to? Criteria. So we're trying to build criteria. What's criteria? Criteria is a vector of box of part mapping criteria. But it's these dynamic ones. Ah, yes. Ah, yes. Oh, well, this is going to be fun. Okay, so criteria. Let criteria. Yeah. Okay, hold on a second. Let me steal this. A vec. Oops. Come on, brain. You can do it. There we go. Right. So let's see if it compiles. Because we can return a part mapping with no criteria in it. That is allowed because we're using a vector. Which personally, it doesn't sit with me well. What I really want is a non-empty set. Now that I think about it. Hyphenated feels more appropriate. Yes, I'm just reading the chat comments. Yeah, okay, good. I'm glad we decided the same thing. Smoke and mirrors. Throw some AI and machine learning at it. Yeah. Well, I did actually sign up for a free trial of the AI assistant thingy here yesterday. So I've got 7 days of fiddling around with that and evaluating it. Okay, well, let's just run everything and see what happens because I'm kind of curious at this point. It ran, which is good. But it couldn't match any of the part mapping records. That's interesting. So I suppose, where's my debug thing gone? Where's it gone? Oh, now it's there. Yeah, and this is where you don't get a How'd you how'd you get a debugger on the integration test thingy? Okay. This is where the whole unit test thing comes in a bit handier because we could be testing this in isolation from everything else. Let's have a look at what we generated firstly. So we said make some things. Right. We're going to go debug and it's going to stop here, isn't it? Yes, it is. Good. Right. So we've got our temporary directory with a path. Copy value. Going to open that path up. Let's have a little looky. This stream looks okay. So, okay. So we got our part mappings. Good. So let's open that in Mr. IDE. Right. So we've got name, value, manufacturer, MakerPnP. So let's pull this over here. Close the structure. Then we're going to look at the bin where we defined our part mapping record, which is made up of an enum of drip trace part mapping or nothing else. Right. Drip trace part mapping should therefore contain all of these fields. Right. And it has Pascal case, yeah, name, value, manufacturer, and MPN. Yeah. Okay. So why can't it go? Why can't it deserialize that? Why? I mean, okay. I think we need to RTFM. And then try and work out what we're missing. So deserialize, yeah. Well, this example is using. Let's have a look at this. We've got it's got values inside the enum itself, as opposed to single structure thing. This representation can handle enums containing any type of variant. Yeah. ¿Por qué no? ¿Por qué? Right. Why you know these? You got a JSON dance, and then you got this, which isn't really what you want for CSVs. Let's go Rust CSV. Let's check the CSV library to see if there's any information on how to do enums with CSVs. Here's a simple one. No. Are there some examples in the repo? Performance survey, read survey. Huh? Right. It's interesting. Don't really care. Hash map. Example with an enum. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Curious. There's no example with an enum. That's unfortunate. Yeah. Hmm. Rust CSV Survey enum. Not quite what we've got. No serializing it. Yeah, no, I don't want to serialize. I want to deserialize. Nope. Yeah. Do we have to put something on? What's this enum? No. What's Survey with anyway? Why do I need it? Is it because we don't have anything here? Hmm. We didn't need anything there, according to this, for the untagged. Got no structure. Why can't it work it out? As is analogous to with attribute of Survey. Yeah. But. Let's look for an example. Um. Yeah. Yeah, there is that. Survey and CSV is a bit funky. Um. Hmm. I had the same thing, I think, with TOML files a while back ago. Third day TOML. Yeah, TOMLs are weird. They're really weird. I don't know whoever came up with TOML files, but they don't sit well with me. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm gonna try using the externally tagged variant of this. Is it adjacently tagged? Because there's no other thing. So we're gonna go internally tagged, and then we've got this. Let's do this and see what happens. Do this. It's not really what I want, but we can always go back to it and change it later because the issue is only related to one type of thing. The thing is, what does the... Yeah. Now, this isn't going to be pretty, but maybe there's an alias for it. Type. You can probably rename this. Anyway, so what we're going to do is go into our test, and where we write the test part mapping record. Yeah, I don't like this. I'm going to put type here. I don't like it. And we're going to make it a string. But we can't use the word type. And go EDA. How about that? And then if we go back to our thing, rename this to EDA. Don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Yeah. You shouldn't need this. That's the thing. And it's horrible. I don't like it. Okay, we're just going to kill that and run it again. Say go. It panics, but why does it panic? CSV deserialize error record to invalid type string dip trace part mapping expected internally tagged enum. It's not rebuilt the oh dear, what happened there? I don't like it when it does that. Right. It's not rebuilt the tool. Let's just run it again and see if it rebuilds it. It's not internally tagged anymore. But even when it does rebuild it, it's still saying internally tagged. Why is it saying internally tagged still? Look. Are we not specifying the tag properly? Seems a bit odd. Internally tagged. Art mapping record. Okay. Hmm. Container attributes. Tag. On a struct with name field. On a struct with named fields, serialize the struct's name, value, rename. Or value of surname rename. As a field with a given key. Uh. Yeah, weird. I mean, why is it saying internally typed? Why? Internally tagged, part mapping, whatever. Yeah, well, we're not going to see the stack trace here because you just get an error, which is not really what we want. I want to attach a debug. I kind of need to know how to do this. Okay, let's IntelliJ attach debugger to integration test. Rust. Yeah. Plus plugin, blah blah blah. Create a test file, and you can't do it yet. This is fine. Close is completed. Okay, this will be interesting. Integration test debugging. What? Oh, well, it's not that. Cargo attach debugging. Interesting. Hmm? Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no. Yeah. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Yeah, I don't really want that. No. Page 21. Uh, Rust, cargo, debug, cargo, integration test. I mean, you can do, but you do the unit test. Mm-hmm. What happens if you add dash debug to it, just for shits and giggles? Unexpected argument debug. Fine. Explain with AI. Explain with AI. Go on then. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Blah 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 blah. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Stop. You know what a command line argument is and why it might not be unexpected. It doesn't. Hmm. I mean, there is. We build our command. But we're running the command. We're not running it through cargo. This is part of the problem. Previously, we were running the cargo command, but that didn't seem to be the way that you were supposed to do it. Uh, Curious to see. I mean, you need to tell it, to wait for a debugger to attach, and then the debugger's got to know to attach to it, and there's like two debug processes, and yeah, I don't know. You're gonna have to look that up at some point. Yeah, this is not very useful. Um, hmm. Well, yes. So we've got two issues. One, we can't attach a debugger to it to see where it might be even going wrong inside Surday because it's going on internally tagged instead of externally tagged or adjacently tagged. So we're getting the wrong error message for one. Internally tagged. Why does it say internally tagged here still? Adding the part to it doesn't really help. Don't know what's going on. We're gonna. I just don't like this. I don't like this. The alternate solutions are a bit rubbish. One alternative solution. One alternative solution to it is to not use enums in this part mapping record, and just have the part mapping record have all of the fields that you could possibly have. And then in our mapping thingy, we basically pull out just the fields that we want, right? I don't really like that, because I don't even want to put the EDA field in there to begin with. I mean, maybe I do want to put it there. Do I want to put it there? I guess it might make sense to like filter your list of part mappings based on the EDA field. Okay, let's just forget enums. Let's forget enums. It would have been nice. It's not working. Let's move on. We can always come back to it if we work out how it's supposed to work. But from what I'm seeing, I can't work it out, and I don't have the don't have a debugger, and it's hard to work out what might even be possibly going wrong with this. So we're going to go no. And then just, I don't like it. Don't like it. What happens if we went? Okay, maybe we'll leave this as it is, like this, as its own thing. And let's just say CSV part mapping record. And it's going to have EDA, which is going to be a string. And it's going to have name, value, part, no, manufacturer, and NPN, right? This is what we're writing. We can read it back. Okay, so we've got a CSV part mapper record, and then we've got this part mapper record, and we can go from one of these programmatically without using Surday and its complete failure into one of these based on this. We're just going to do it ourselves. And this is probably not best way, and you can probably squeeze it into the Surday thing, but apparently Surday's not that great at doing CSV files because it's an untyped, unstructured thing anyway. So maybe we don't use Surday later. I don't know, but we'll do this now for now. Okay, so what we're going to say is that when we load some part mappings, we have part mapping records like this. And then what we do, we just go something like let enum record. I don't know what the name of it is. Enum record is a part mapping record from well, I suppose we can do it like this. From record. Try from. And it's going to go no implementation of try from found for whatever. There we go. This is it. Right. Good. So then we're going to go back to this thing up here. Right. Where it is. Part mapping record. Fine. This thing. And we're going to go import for part mapping record. Sure. And we're going to go match value dot EDA. And hopefully it'll work on strings. And we're going to go back into our test. Change our test because we don't like it anyway. Part mapping record, this one. We can go dip trace like this. Okay. So what we're going to do in this bit over here, we're going to go, if it's dip trace, then you get a dip trace part mapping record, which contains some things. Okay. And it's going to contain value dot name. Value dot value. Yeah, we can probably rename that to record. But it's from, and it's you know, value dot manufacturer. This is the exact bit of code that I didn't want to write. Value dot npm. I wanted Serde to do this for me. And we go, but why is it got? Aren't we supposed to be implementing try from? Yeah. Result. That's it. Yeah. No. Go away. Paste. And then we go, okay. Whatever. Otherwise, we go error of whatever. And we put a comma in. And maybe another comma. And perhaps an equal sign. And then it's moaning about this. Type mismatch. Dot to string. EDA is string. To dot to string. No. What? Why? How do I fix it? Call asder. This. Okay. And now it's moaning about this because yes, because we're still supposed to be returning part mapping record of type dip trace part mapping, which contains one of those. There we go. All right, off you go then. trait found stood error is not implemented for fine. Right, and this is supposed to be returning an error, right? Because this is what all the other ones return. So we need an error for this try from think. So the error is going to be a CSV part mapping error. Sure. And the error is going to be unknown EDA. Sure. And we're going to go enum. And it's going to be unknown EDA. Unknown EDA. And then let's give it the value. Right? And then we've got to remember how to go from this to an anyhow error. So if we search for error, we've got this. So we derive error and you add error. Fine. You derive error. You add error. I've got no reason to add this yet. There we go, unknown EDA. Can you do this? Okay. To do use the error. Use the value. Come back to that. No method name. Build part mapping. Yes, that's correct. Because we're supposed to be going enum record dot build part mapping. Because that's where our implementation is. Right. Now it does stuff. Let's go. Right. Oh, that's good. I mean, no deserialization errors. You see, yeah. Yeah. I wish I could attach a debugger to things. Because I don't see, I kind of want to see the part mapping that I just created. Probably works, but it probably works. Loaded 2 part mappings. I mean, that's good. Right. That's good. But it's supposed to have loaded 3 part mappings. Did we even write 3 part mappings? We didn't. So yeah, no, we didn't, did we? We only wrote 2. Yeah, I suppose we don't need a part mapping for the other one, but something inside me is saying I should write all 3 of them at this point. Let's just do that real quick. It's an 0402, the other one is. Just going to have a case where there's a mapping for everything. And let's make this resistor. Do we need another one? No, we don't even need another one. No, 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 no. Everything's fine. We've got two identical resistors. We only need two mappings. It's fine. They're the same resistor. Right. So our test is wrong here. Might pass. Because all we're doing is loading them. Oh, I didn't pass. Oh. Okay, well, it loaded two part mappings. So load two parts. I'm going to reorder these. We're going to say we loaded two parts. And we load two part mappings. Load three placement, load two parts, load two part mappings. We've got an assembly variant, we've got a refdes list. We've matched two placements and we're supposed to map two placements to two parts. That's what we're supposed to be doing. But this is still 0 because we haven't got an implementation here. And this is fine. Okay, let's proceed. Right, so this is what we're doing. So I kind of want to know what's inside this. Now, if I do that, it's going to complain bitterly about not being able to print out these things. Because part mapping doesn't have debug on it. Right, so we're going to make it. Probably going to be useful for the trace log messages and stuff like that anyway. Right, so that means that part needs to also have debug derived from it all the time. And it also means the part mapping criteria needs debug, which it does currently, so that's fine. And then this has got it. And okay, so let's see what happens. What time are we at? 2 o'clock. It's going to be lunchtime here soon. Oh, it compiled. That's good. Who thinks there's going to be some useful output in the CLI? We got a part. What did it print? It printed placements, parts, and part mappings, but oh wait, no, that's from the test, right? It printed out none. Okay, so none. Well, duh, because I'm not using the part mappings, am I? Okay. Perhaps if I was to delete that. Right. Okay, let's leave that as it was for a moment and print out the part mappings here. And then I'll deal with the fact that it wants a different type of vector in a minute. We want to see if it loaded stuff from our CSV file. That's the goal right now. So look. Oh my good lord, look at this. Loaded some part mappings. Yeah. Cool. So we've got a part mapping. Not a dip trace part mapping, I'll have you know. But one that was generated by matching part with manufacturers and manufacturer part names to the thing. That's good. This is good. This is good. This is good. So we don't have any criteria right now. And if you remember, I already said we need dip trace criteria, because that needs to use the name and the value. Oh, I do have some coffee. Everything's fine. Right. This thing that I'm doing right now feels like it should be able to be trivially solved by MySQL query. Oh dear. Anyway, but you know that means having MySQL, feeding data into MySQL database and all this kind of stuff. Diddly do. You know, but obviously that's not going to work long term if you want the source of the data to not be some CSV files, but you want it to be like an inventory database or something else. But there we are. Right. Yes, and the MySQL query would look very long because it would have lots of like case futzing around and escaping regular expressions that we're going to do later. Whoa, that'd be a nightmare. No, let's not think about it. Ugh. Ugh. Right. What the hell are we doing? So we basically got to create a criteria. We're missing criteria, and also we've got the wrong part mappings being passed over to this process thing. So let's fix this first. Right. So our part mappings is a vector part mappings. So should process part mappings. I think what we should be doing here is passing a reference to the part mappings vector over, because we're not going to modify them. I think that's what we should be doing. So I think this really is I think this really is wrong here. Let's say, let's move this slide. Let's move this here. It creates a new vector, which is what you want, but that vector contains a reference to part mappings, which come from the initial one. Right, mapping. Everything's fine there. Right, let's just run this, and it's gonna complain. It might actually not. That was interesting. There might be some unit tests that fail right now. What did it say? Yeah, should be the same, right? Okay, that was interesting. Let's run all of these tests and see if these compile. Because we've got some unit tests for this. Yeah, there it is. So we're supposed to be passing over some part mappings. And this part mappings is supposed to be defined as a vector of part mappings. Let's try that. borrow a move value. Well, yes, but that's okay because this is the same pattern that we had before. So we're going to go JJ part mappings bracket whatever -1 bracket. Okay. Okay, good. Fine. Okay, good. That's passing. Fantastic. Let's have a look. So we're missing criteria. Missing criteria. Missing criteria. So somewhere we're creating criteria. Yeah, here. That's what we've got to do. So the criteria that we've got to create needs to implement part mapping criteria, and it needs to know how to match a name and a value to a manufacturer and barcode. Right. So let's go to the part mapping criteria and write some unit tests. So we've got this exact match criteria, which is fine. So exact match criteria tests. So we're going to follow this pattern of matches and so on. Now, I'm going to leave this on there because it's the simplest example, but got this criteria. Yeah. Yeah. It's basically going to be like the same. Let's go. I don't want to put it in the same file, is what I'm thinking. Let's promote this to a mod. Okay. And then let's go mod dip trace. Right. Okay. And then what we're going to do is something like this. Dip trace exact match criteria. And in our test, we said if the name is this and the value is this, we've got a dip trace part mapping, which has got all the 4 fields in it. So you can take 2 of those fields out and put it in the thing, create the part mapping, and the criteria moves to a separate thing. It should be fine. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Let's go back to this for a moment. So here we've got a part mapping report, and it's given us a part criteria to find the part. Now, brain hurts now, and the part mapping. Wait, the self can have one of these. Uh, Wait, what? Uh, oh, let me check this because I think this. Let me just look at the trait. But the part has a manufacturer and a thing in it. What we say here? Oh yeah, we were missing the placements. We were missing the placement. That was it. This is what we need. Um, okay, let's go back before I touch any of this criteria stuff. Let's go back and look at where this was used because I think this is sort of wrong. Not that one. This one. Like, how can you go from parts and part mappings, which have only got the criteria? So you need we need the placements. We need to use the placements. Yes, this is where I was going wrong the other day. So because you've got to pass the placement in and the part mapping in, not the parts. That's where I got confuzzled. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fine. I thought this was weird. Um. Yeah. There should be placements here. Because the part mapping contains the part that the criteria applies to. Right. Yeah. We did this wrong the other day. Clearly, I was having a brain fart when I wrote that code. So let's try and unfudge this. And I am very mindful that I have many changes and me no likey. Okay, let's fix this. Now, and the idea is we iterate over the placements, and if the criteria matches the placement. Let's look at the placement again. Right. Right. A placement doesn't have very much in it, so there's nothing there we can match anything to. Let me undo this. I still think it probably is what I need, but uh, because these are supposed to be. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure we do need placements here. Wait. My brain hurts with what I actually need to do. So we've got the placements. Let me look at the placements file for a second. We know what it looks like. It's got name and value in it, right? But when we're putting ball, when we're right. So do we want to be dealing with placement records? Okay, okay, all right, yes. Okie dokie. How could you possibly build? Yeah. Definition of a placement needs to be fixed. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe this is what we're trying to do, and I'm getting confused by it. Wait a second. What did we say? I think I might need a break from this. I think I might have been staring at this for too long. Right. We say that our part mapping record has got these things in it. It's dip trace, and it goes from name and value, and it goes to this. Right. So our placements wants to have a reference to a part in it at some point, or there needs to be there needs to be something that we're going to put on the board. But that's different from the EDA placements. This is where my brain is getting confused. So the EDA placements are different from the placements from what we eventually need to end up with. And that's why I'm getting confused. So the part mappings contains all the information. Yes. Maybe I was right with where I was going, and then but what I'm trying to work out is source. Let me look at this. I think I'm missing a topic. I think I'm missing an EDA placement structure or enum. I think that's what I'm missing. And I'm thinking that both of these two things are the same at the moment. They're not the same. So let me go back to the test. Right. So the placements that we wrote are the EDA placements. And what we're trying to get out of it eventually is some placements for the pick and place machine, which map to parts. Right. 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 So where we're loading these placements, what we actually need is the same kind of approach that we've got for this part mappings, where we have to create a specific kind of EDA placement or generic placement, which goes to something that the machine needs to use. Right. That's what we need to do. Yes. But I need some food. This should probably be load, because I'm gonna forget otherwise. EDA placements. Right. And this should not really be giving us a vector of placements. This placement is not really in the right place. Let's move it. Can we promote it to a module? Refactor. Move into placement. Conflicts detected. What? Yeah, that's fine. But we'll deal with a fallout. Placement. So we've got this. Right. Our placement. And then what we need is like some EDA placement somewhere in this, somewhere here probably. Let's run this for a moment and see how it claims. So the whole inaccessible have to move thing. It seemed to have done it properly. I mean, it's got pub there now, right? Yeah. Placement is private, right? Placement. Pub. Got a pub man in it. Oh, what have we done here? Build. Again. Right. Right. So this variant builder thing currently has lots of stuff in it, and it's getting very unwieldy. We've got dip trace placement records, and what we need is that. But we need So currently, we're only extracting the ref des out of it. This is what the problem is. So let's fix this and call these EDA placement. And we're going to do the same thing that we did here. Getting a bit and currently we're specifically doing dip trace stuff. Yeah, probably gonna have to look at the headers and just butts around with stuff and have different implementation. I don't know what we're gonna need. Anyway, let's move on. EDA. Getting confused. Part record. Yeah, we need to do this thing. CSV placement record is what we need here. CSV placement record. We follow the same pattern. So CSV. Yeah, you know. Oh dear. Yeah. We're having an enum. It's going to be CSV placement record. And it's going to be a dip trace placement, which is going to be of type dip trace placement record, which we already have, which is good. And it's going to contain the things we need, which is good. And then we need to import try from CSV placement record for placement record, which is the enum. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Right, this. Yes. CSV placement record error. There we go. But we don't have this CSV placement record. Now the CSV placement record needs to be something like, well, it doesn't though, does it? Because at the moment we're only dealing with that. I just wish the Surday stuff would work. It would make this a lot easier. Yeah, because there's nothing in it. The whole point is you take an EDA file without having to futz with it. Yeah. This is probably all wrong. This is probably all wrong. I know I want that. Let's delete this placement record stuff. Oh dear, there's too many changes. I can't even keep track of them now. Too many things. How about we don't even do this. We're just gonna go. We're going to assume that load part mappings can look at the headers and determine the type at some point in the future. So the dip trace placement record contains these things, which is what we want. Let me delete this because, oh no, editing the wrong flipping function. This is what happens when they all start looking the same. This one. Build EDA placement is what we want here. EDA placement is going to be the yeah, okay. Yeah, good lord. Yeah, we do still need arena. Right, so the EDA placement. It's going to be a dip trace placement. This makes some sense. Of type dip trace placement. Then we're going to need a struct called dip trace placement, which is going to look extremely similar to this. However, they're going to be different because there's going to be some like angle and side and all of this kind of stuff. And you know, we can have side and things like that in here, which the other ones could share. Yeah. There's going to be some commonality. Yeah, that's interesting. No, I think that comes out and goes somewhere else. Right. But we've got to deal with part mapping. We've got to deal with that. Right? Not sure whether this should really be. Let me look at this. Yeah. No. Feels like there might be a bit too much duplication going on here for my liking right now. Seems a bit funky. Probably got it wrong in my head and probably can't think straight anymore. We're going to plod along for a little bit. Quite a few layers of indirection here. I don't really like it. What? What? EDA placement is of type dip trace placement. The dip trace placement has a single thing in it, which is one of these. Yeah, we're going to have to move all these around at some point, but what's it moaning about? Because you can't go from a KiCad placement and use a dip trace matching criteria on a KiCad placement. It's not going to work. That's the whole point. We want to go, if you've got a dip trace one, then you can use this criteria against it. And only if you've got these two things together can you pull out the name and the value fields from both the criteria stored in the part mapping and the name and the value stored in the EDA placement of a particular type of EDA placement. Oh my god. So we're saying it's all okay, but why is there an error? Do I not? Oh, I've got it defined already. I thought I had it defined somewhere. Right. Yeah, right. So that was the part mapping one, and then this one was the build EDA placement. Fine. So now our EDA placement. So potentially we could go ... KiCad placement. Right. That's the idea. Let's leave that there to remind us. Part mapping record can similarly have a KiCad just to remind us why there's this weirdness going on. Okay, now about 10,000 levels away from where on earth I was. There's no way we could possibly return an error in this thing at the moment. But there might be something missing from the record that prevents us from creating the thing. So we're going to say that we can return a dip trace placement record error, which is going to be unknown. And we're going to do this. And then here we're going to say go to I'm not sure what happens if you try and do this because error. Oh, we don't need a string because it might say you can't do it. Oh, yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit weird. But we need this, but we can't use it yet because there's nowhere we can fail. Let's try building something again and see where we got to because I can't remember. Got some mismatched types here. So we are indeed supposed to be processing placements here. Right. But we're supposed to be processing EDA placements. But before or after the mapping has taken place. So you can map all the parts in the assembly variant to parts, but you don't really need to do that because you don't want to force the users to define everything. But I also don't necessarily want to have the bother of yeah, my definition of EDA placement is wrong. Here's why it's wrong. Oh my gosh. EDA placement. The reason it's wrong is because there's commonality. What it needs to be is ref des string details EDA placement details, let's just say. Because they all have reference designators. Every placement has a reference designator. You can't create a schematic without things on the schematic having a reference designator. And you're not allowed to have duplicate reference designators in the schematic. They prevent it. So an EDA placement always has a ref des. Fine. Now we're good. Now we're good now. So that will have broken something else. Right. So where we convert from a dip trace thing, we have to go EDA placement. But EDA placement is like this. Let me just comment this out and then say add the missing fields. And then this is going to go from self.refdes, and then the details of which is going to be this stuff. Yeah, okay. Oh. We could probably just go dip trace placement detail. Yeah, okay. Yeah, oh my god. The errors. The errors. Oh my god. No. Why? Why it no find it? Oh god, what did I do? Lost my EDA placement. Where is it? It's public. Oh, there's so many. Yeah. Oh, I see what's happened. It's because of the brackets and everything. So we need to close this structure and enum. And then we need to close the other structure and the OK. And this needs to be here. And it's of type dip trace. And it's going to have dip trace placement details. Which is this. Okay. Okay, now we're getting there, right? Here we go. Dip trace details. Okay, EDA placement. Everything's fine there. Good. Right, fine. Then what we're dealing with here is the assembly variant processor needs to take EDA placements, but EDA placements currently live somewhere else. Right. This thing lives in the variant builder, but that's no good. This is not record and CLI related anymore. It's It needs to move. I think it needs to be in... putting it here for now. Tip trace placement detail. Yep. Okay. So EDA placement is made of a ref pairs and some details, and the details can be one of these, and one of these can be one of those, and everything's fine. And this probably needs to be like in an EDA mod. We might move some of these things around at some point once I can manage to see the wood from the trees again. Right. So this is dealing with it, so we can't import it yet. Why can't we import it yet? Probably because it's not public. Now we can import it. Right, now we can process them. And now we can look at the... No, I'm going to undo that. So we process these, we iterate over these, and it's complaining about no field reference in EDA placement because it's not public. Is this always public anyway? Probably. Oh, because it's supposed to be an underscore. Rename it the right way. There we go. So now we can we can process the EDA placements from our assembly variant, which is fine. Good. Oh my gosh. So we don't have the ability to clone an EDA placement. Fine. Let's derive clone. Which means we need it on the details, which means we need it on every details implementation. Right. And you can't collect into those because they're EDA placements. And if you return them, the processing result needs to contain EDA placement. EDA placements need partial EQ for tests. Config tribute test. Derive partial EQ. Partial EQ. Partial EQ. Off you go. Match types. Now, processing result definitely needs to contain EDA placements here. And it can't find it because it's not imported. Ref this has got an underscore in it. Placement details needs to be imported because we moved them. Got mismatch types here. Build EDA placement. We're trying to push them to a vector. Okay. Right. So we can load our EDA placements and all that kind of stuff again, and that's all fine. So now We've loaded EDA placements, which can be KiCad ones or DipTrace ones. And now finally, we can go back to the process method, which was taking the parts instead of EDA placements. Right. Wow. That was a lot. There's so many changes. My head hurts. Don't even remember what I'm supposed to be doing. Don't remember where my code is. Variant builder, it's in here somewhere. Somewhere we go. Yeah, we've got this criteria. Yeah, we need to use this stuff at some point. Yeah. Yeah, let me go back to the part map. Oh, that's the looking in the wrong place. Right, this is what we're trying to find. We're trying to find the call to this to see where it was used in our production code. There it is, finally. Oh my god. Right. So the part mappings will contain a reference to a part because we matched them to the list of parts when we build them. And it will also contain criteria. But the criteria needs to access the EDA placements. Which is these ones. Right. Eventually, we're going to come up with placements down here. Let's rename this to EDA placement so it's clearer. Right. So this bonk. Right. So now we can fix this. Now we can actually fix it now. EDA placements. Okay. And it's going to be this. And there's a test for this. Map parts. See, it's just all wrong. I mean, let's fix it. What we were supposed to be doing is creating parts which reference the parts, but we also need, yeah. That's what was wrong with this. Match mappings, part mapping. But that's not right. I believe what we need is a map. And this is why when I was looking at it the other day, I was getting confused by it because I wasn't dealing with EDA placements and I should have been. What we need is a map that goes from an EDA placement to part mappings for that placement. That's what we need. This is wrong. This is wrong. We need to use some kind of map, like patch map or something like this. So EDA placements. Yeah. So confuzzled. Now, the thing I don't like about this is that it's a bit weird. Because I'm going to have to specify a particular type of EDA part, EDA, specific type of EDA placement. And I don't really want to. I want to use a sort of test variant, I suppose. But I don't want to change the production code and add like generic thing. What I kind of want is like some kind of trait. We can yeah, we need to do a commit, which is going to involve writing some temporary code. So we're going to do it in here. Let placement, let's go EDA placement 1 is a EDA placement right, and it's going to have a ref dense of something, and it's going to have EDA placement details of type dip trace because that's the only one we can have, and it's going to have dip trace placement details which contain a name of res1 and a value. And this is the other thing. These are optional in dip trace. They can't both be empty. They are actually allowed to be. Okay, we'll come back to that thought. Res1 and a value of 100R. Let's just go value 1. Fine. So now we've got some EDA placements. Everything's fine. So we can go let EDA placements going to be a vector of EDA placement 1, EDA placement 2, and surprisingly, EDA placement 3. Right. So we've got placements, we've got parts, we've got criteria. And because now we're doing specifically dip tracey stuff, instead of using this exact match criteria, we're going to use the thing that I was about to create. And because I don't want to have to rewrite all this, and the only place that this is used is this test, we're going to delete this, perhaps. Yes. Yes, we are. This is what we're going to do. We're going to delete this. We're going to delete this. Just delete it. And then we're going to go mod, mod, dip trace. And we're going to put that around it. So now this is technically a dip trace part mapping criteria. But instead of manufacturer being manufacturer, which was wrong anyway, And then we're going to deal with fallout. Because this is wrong. Because this is supposed to be EDA placement. Which is why very confusing. Art import. Art mapping. And this is supposed to be placement in criteria, which is why I'm confusing. And this is supposed to be placement, and this is supposed to be EDA placement. Okay. And now this will make a lot more sense. So this dip trace one can only match yeah. Yeah. Oops. If the name and the values are right. So wrong this was. It was so wrong. I don't know what I was thinking. Oops, amazing. That was supposed to be value. Good lord, this was so wrong. So this is supposed to be placement. Right, but we can't get the manufacturer or the name out of placement because the placement needs to be a specific type of placement. So we have to go match placement details against EDA placement details dip trace details. If no, only then can we pull out this. Any other kind of EDA placement, we can't do it. Shouldn't even try. Bots. There's a test for this. Probably should have changed the test first. Placement. Not move. Detail. Details.value. We've got name, value, EDA placement. No. This is not one of these. This is supposed to be a placement. So the EDA, so this EDA placement new. Do we even have this EDA placement? What on earth happened here? Oh dear, that was bad. Oh dear. Oh no. Fudge cake. Somehow, when I rename something, it pulled it. Oh dear. Oh, that's going to be bad. There might be some other things that are buggered up now. Never mind. Right. Because this doesn't have a new. Right. So we're going to go. Placement is a EDA placement with a refdes of whatever. With some detail that are of type dip trace. This with dip trace placement details of name value. Let's break that out onto another line. Bracket and that goes there. That goes there, and this. I've got one thing too many. Okay, fine. So if you've got a name and a value, and you match the name and the value, then it should say yes. I'm going to delete these two tests because they're wrong. We're going to put these on the same line. Does. And then we're going to restore those tests by duplicating this. And we're going to say assert doesn't match. The name is different. Okay. And then we're going to do another one of those where the name is the same, but the value is different. Okay. We're going to try running these shits and giggles. If it compiles, it's going to work. It doesn't work because we buggered this up completely. We're just going to re-import these things that we need now. Well, yeah, that really screwed things up, that did. Right, we've got this exact way. We've got this. Yeah. Yeah. Fix those. Right, this got really buggered up, this did. Yeah. This is just supposed to be part. Still. Somehow it renamed the wrong thing. This is why you don't want to have too many changes, because if you screw up a rename, like I just did, then you get real problems. So we're supposed to be iterating over EVA placements here. And if it matches the placement, then you put the part mapping in the list, right? And this takes a placement. This is right. Ta-da! Right, that's good. Again. Doesn't implement debug. Yeah. Yeah, we apparently need it. Processing result. Right. So we're getting there. Fine at the moment. Okay. So processing result. Okay, these are supposed to be EVA placements, not placements. So we have to fix them. Here's one we made earlier. This is why I want to test one of these. So we're going to go placement 1 is one of these. So we've got R1. Right, and these can all be the same. No, no, they can't. Right, so 1, 2, and 3. We've got 4, 5, and 6, which are D's. Yeah. Nope. 4. I suppose I could do multiple cursors if I did it. I suppose these ones actually could have all used the same ones, but for this test, we'll keep them all different. And then 7 and 8. Which is going to be C1, J1, 7, 8, 7. Right. Now, we've fixed that error. Right. Right. So this is supposed to be a part. This was where the refactoring happened on the wrong one. And use the import part. Fine. Mismatch types. So here we are testing process on this assembly thingamajigamy. And what we're supposed to get out of here is a processing result, and the processing result is supposed to contain a bunch of EDA placements. So this placement is the wrong kind of thing. So we need another one from where we just were a minute ago. Here's a placement. So let's just grab one of those, which is an EDA placement, and it's supposed to be R1. Okay. There we go. And we don't need that there because that's wrong. Okay, we just got a warning with an unreachable pattern, which is fine. Perhaps now we can run the tests for matching the criteria, which is what we were trying to do. Criteria matches. Okay, good. What else works and or doesn't work? Because I don't know about you, but there's a lot of changes. It's hard to keep track of them all. Part doesn't implement whatever, doesn't it? Yeah, okay, fine. We're doing it. Let's move the derive. I'm only moving blindly these debug ones because I know that I'm going to be printing them out and using trace and all that kind of stuff on these things. I think it should all pass. Oh, except wait. So if you've got a bunch of EDA placements, R1, 2, and 3, with res 1, value 2, right? Oh, I see. This is supposed to be name 1. Yeah, because that's what we're using here. Hey, so our part map is working, our assembly map is working. So that means we can go from EDA placements through an assembly variant, through a part mapper, and get some stuff back. Now, the part mapper works. It processes EDA placements, and you get stuff back from it. This is great. So our bin file is going process. So maybe now there's a print zone, but I don't think it will. Because I don't think I've finished the code where we're loading criteria. I don't think I finished that. Because the load part mappings bit where we build part mappings. It's got some code that's broken. So we'll try and fix those. I don't think that's supposed to be that. I think this is another fail here of this part mapping. Oh wait, I'm looking at the wrong. I looked at the wrong thing there. What? We're building a part mapping. Yeah, see, this was the criteria bit. This was the bit of unfinished code. Right. So yeah, when I looked at this earlier, I thought this looked. So we've got a part mapping. And a part mapping is a part. Spelled criteria wrong. It's iterating. This is another one of these things where it's got part EDA mapping instead of. Oh, that's really annoying. That was right. Okay, that fixes that. That fixed that. And then we say part is not an iterator. Because it doesn't implement partially EQ, which it's supposed to. That's wrong again. Oh, that's really bitten me. That's that rename, accidental rename. What else is wrong? Oh man, that really screwed me up. That did. Borrow moved value. When we do it, we need to pass a reference to the EDA placements to this processor. A reference to placements. A reference to an empty vector. Reference to this. Oh, that's better. Right. Yeah, we can get rid of that, I suppose. unused import placement. That's fine. Because we haven't built the criteria thing. Unknown is never constructed. Doesn't need mutable yet. Okay, now we're getting there. So we're supposed to be loading art mappings. Right. How do we build our criteria from a part mapping record? So part mapping record might be a dip trace one. And if it's a dip trace one, then it'll have name and value in it, which allows us to create a criteria that uses the name and the value. If I can find the code again. No. Two. Fine. Right. Right. So somewhere around here, and I'm not sure whether this is supposed to be vector. We have to say we've only got one of these things. So we go let try criterion, I think. Oh, this is plural of criteria. Who knows which is which? I always forget this. Criterion is a single, plural is criteria. Yes. Criterion. Now, that means that this thing... Oh, I don't know. I'm going to have to come back to the naming of that. And what we're going to do is create the dip trace exact... Oh, is it exact match criteria, which is a type of a dip trace one. And we create a new one from self dot. No, we have to go match self dot. No, what are we? We're a part mapping record. Part mapping record is it ENA? Yeah, no, that's right. We just match self. And if we are of a dip trace, part mapping record type, trace part mapping. Then we can perhaps do this. And we can take it from, we can take the things that we need, which is the name and the value from the record. Oh my God. And we can go, okay. And we can say, something like that, perhaps. Now, at the moment, there aren't any other ones of these, so it can't fail. But I want to see what happens if we try and compile it. I'll move out of that record name. Yeah, we clone it. There we go. So now we've got our criterion, which we can put in our criteria. Right. But then what we need to do is put it in a box. Because we're in a loop. No, we're not in a loop. We're just making it, but at the end of this it would be thrown away. So we want to keep it, so we put it in a box. That was interesting. How that read out loud. Huh. We want to keep it, so we put it in a box. All right, good. Okay. Okay, I mean, it's, yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. Okay, what happened? So, ooh, looky. This is good. So we're printing out stuff, and then we're printing out more stuff. So the first stuff is this one, where we said we've got a bunch of part mappings, right? And then we've got matched mappings. So resistor 1. But we've still not really got the right thing back. We've just got a list of part mappings, but we don't necessarily know which placement they are applicable to, which is how this result thing is currently wrong. But we're gonna deal with that. So what it said was that we matched one thing in there to that, and then we matched, then we've got the next one is here. Then we matched the next one to one. So we've got a bunch of part mappings. We've got part mapping for res 1. And it's got criteria. And then we've got a part mapping for connection 1. And then it's got some criteria. Yeah. And then because our assembly variant from our test, let's look at our test for a moment. Because our assembly variant it's only got 2 things in it, so there should only be 2 things that really actually match. So we've got resistor 1, and then we've got resistor 1 again, and then we've got, right, but it's not, they should both match, it's true, but one of them's not supposed to be in the assembly variant. So we've got one matched, and then another one matched, and then the connector matched. So why are they all matching? Why are we not? Are we not using the right list of EDA placements? Yeah, we're not. Look, we're supposed to be using the result placements. That's what that problem is. Right. So now we should only have 2 things in this list. Let's see. Sum. 1, 2. That's more like it. Right. So right. What's next? Food. Oh man, I've been going hours. Hours. The next thing to do is to fix this stuff and to make this return the right thing. I'm going to do a work in progress commit at this point. And then we're going to review everything properly. Work in progress. Just to mark a line in the sand, I'm doing a commit here, but we can use Git to restore that so that we can review it all properly. Yeah, I don't want to review this now. I'm gonna get some lunchies. I'm gonna do some more a bit later. Yeah, and we'll see how that goes a bit later on. So if you're around later on, you can have a laugh. And yeah, just remember, it's only software. How hard can it be? We'll find out on the next one. Bye.